No bully.
Probably PGE. Some of the top masks.
Definitely PGE. Angry Ginge or somebody in that realm, like Speed and stuff, they're pretty funny.
Probably my dorm.
Definitely Birchie.
I think the pond is one of the greatest schools who can play.
The library, it just got renovated, much nicer, much quieter.
Definitely my room.
Probably the IT area and the library.
Yes, I love snowboarding. I've been snowboarding my whole life.
Are you a snow person?
Not really, no. I don't really like the cold a whole lot.
I prefer summer.
Only for playing Snow Day in Rocket League.
No. Yeah, I love snow.
Oh yeah, I mean I'm from upstate New York.
I love snow. I think it's so fun.
I think I would play, I don't even know. That's the only game that I play.
Probably competitive TF2.
Probably Rivals, you know.
I'd probably just play Trackmania.
I think the culture at Smash is insane. I would love to play Smash.
I'd probably play Madden.
Gotta be Mount Aloysius College, you can't beat them.
Mounties, obviously.
Mount Aloysius, of course.
Oh my gosh, this isn't the question. Mountie esports.
I mean, gotta be the Mounties, right? The culture here is unmatched.
The Mount Aloysius esports program.
Obviously, Mount Aloysius.
You're looking at it.
Gotta be the Mounties Esports.
Cool.
You have more important things in life to think about than your internet. At BreezeLine, we propel life forward with home internet so reliable, you don't have to think about it. With a team that goes above and beyond. Fiber-powered speeds up to 1 gig. And 99.9% reliability at any hour. In any room. You won't have to think about your internet again. Go to breezeline.com for internet that propels life forward.
Here at Mountain Esports, we take it to the next level. Our players have the ability to travel, compete, and even participate on the caffeine committee. Check out the Insta to see what's new with Mountain Esports today.
At the Mount, things are, well, elevated. And it's not just because we're on a mountain. The experience at a small college like Mount Aloysius is actually personal. The faculty and staff know my goals. It's a level of support you won't find at other colleges. And the Mount backs it up with career-focused partnerships and majors. As soon as I visited, it just felt like home. That's what makes this place different. Makes college elevated. Mount Aloysius College.
10 Mountie Esports players 10 specific questions, and these are their answers.
Watermelon ice from Gamer Subs.
Ghost energy, either the cans or the pre-workout, either work.
So I used to be a Ghost favorite, but now
Too long.
White Monster for sure.
Monster, the Fantasy Red Ruby.
The Mountie GG gamer subs that they provide.
Taco Bell, absolutely.
McDonald's is so much better.
Taco Bell has to be. I've eaten too much McDonald's since it's right down the street.
McDonald's. I like the Oreo McFlurries.
I'm gonna choose Taco Bell because it gives me less stomach problems than McDonald's does.
McDonald's all the way.
There's levels to this, and Taco Bell is at the top one.
Sheets guy all the way.
I actually don't know what Wawa is, but Sheets.
I gotta say Wawa. I grew up with Wawa, and I just think the food's better.
Sheets is the best thing to grace our planet.
I'd have to go with Sheets.
Definitely rough.
Injustice, no J-Naps.
Hydron, probably.
Probably T-Corral.
Either Skippy or T-Corral.
Croc. Pokemon Red for the Game Boy Color.
Webkins. That was the first video game I've ever played. Webkins. Oh my god.
League of Legends. Sadly, that was the first game. That's one of the only games that I played. I just enjoy it so much.
Mario Kart 7 on the DS.
No bully.
Probably PGE.
Some of the top, man.
Definitely PGE. Angry Ginge or somebody in that realm, like Speed and stuff, they're pretty funny.
Probably my dorm.
Definitely Birchie.
I think the pond is one of the greatest schools you can buy.
The library, it just got renovated, much nicer, much quieter.
Definitely my room.
Probably the IT area in the library.
Yes, I love snowboarding. I've been snowboarding my whole life.
Are you a snow person?
Not really. No, I don't really like the cold a whole lot.
I prefer summer.
Only for playing Snow Day in Rocket League.
No.
Yeah, I love snow.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm from upstate New York.
I love snow. I think it's so fun.
I think I would play. I don't even know. That's the only game that I play.
Probably competitive TF2.
Probably Rivals, you know.
I'd probably just play Trackmania.
I think the culture at Smash is insane. I would love to play Smash.
I'd probably play Madden.
Gotta be Mount Aloysius College. You can't beat them.
Mounties, obviously.
Mount Aloysius, of course.
Oh my gosh, this isn't the question. Mountie Esports.
I mean, gotta be the Mounties, right? The culture here is unmatched.
The Mount Aloysius esports program.
Obviously, Mount Aloysius.
You're looking at it.
Gotta be the Mounties Esports.
Cool.
You have more important things in life to think about than your internet. At Breezeline, we propel life forward with home internet so reliable.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the PIEA High School League powered by TEC. We're here in week number 2 for a brand new title. Fortnite has joined the rankings alongside Marvel rivals. My name's Llama77, joined as always by the handsome ya boy Q. Mr. Q, how you doing this afternoon? What can we expect from the Fortnite matches?
Oh, I am excited to get down to it. I gotta admit, slightly disappointed because I thought we were getting builds this week. But hey, you know what? I'm down for Fortnite, whatever which way you dish it out. Should be a lot of fun. We've seen a couple of teams really assert themselves as kind of high action, high octane go getters in week number 1. So it feels like everyone's still going to be chasing after that lower Moreland duo of Burger and Eliminated for sure. But I think we're in for a doozy here in week number 2.
Yeah, if you missed week number 1, Eliminated and Burger could not get into match number 1. They end up going back-to-back victory royales in match number 2 and 3 and are now atop the leaderboard by a spread of about 80 points. And, I was thinking it was going to be builds too, but we got that correction. It's going to be no builds all season long, which just makes each and every game even more important. You don't have the builds to protect yourself. You've got to find your rotations, and it's cumulative scoring. So you might have had a bad week number 1. There's chance to bounce back, but if you're a team like Eliminated and Burger, your success just builds on top of each other.
As long as you can keep it going. They are a team that likes to fight, though. So, of course, if they do fall short in one of those early engagements, especially in multiple games, because you do only get 3 across the day, since it is a cumulative scoring across all, 6 weeks here as we do go through the rest of the fall. It could make things interesting when you look towards teams like Penn Trafford, who are sitting behind them in second, or Galiski and Jules, who are sitting in third. I mean, there are some contenders that if they fall short on a day, all of a sudden things get interesting.
Yeah, the Jules crew really, really consistent overall to be able to score high placements, and you really have to find that fine line for some of these teams. They've been playing Fortnite, they've been building up their skills, but it's also a brand new lobby, just trying to see where other teams land, if it's the same for each game. I know especially for Eliminated and Burger, they actually like changing it up a lot last season to, force themselves into different POIs and really see what rotates they can get. So you've always got to keep your wits about you, but I feel like week 2 is where we start to build a true flow and the teams can start to find their ground.
I think this is where the best certainly should start to separate themselves from the rest, right? Like, yeah, they sat at the top in week number 1. There are a few teams looking at the scores that definitely were able to do just that, but now it's going to be about being able to find that consistency. I'm sure there's going to be 1 or 2 teams that should be able to kind of push the needle from there. It's funny. You and I were kind of talking about the top of things, how we had anticipated a little bit of build. I think from what we had seen from this Lower Moreland duo last year, where maybe it's lucky for the rest of the lobby that there isn't builds, because just as good as this duo as shows in week number 1, builds were thrown into it. I think they might separate themselves that much more.
Yeah, they were so good, especially in those end zones of capitalizing on high ground positioning, stealing things away from other people. And, no builds really does throw a wrench into things that a team like that, if they're constantly fighting and fighting, we saw them face a lot of third partying in that last week where they didn't end up actually getting eliminated, but they did get very, very close with those health bars dropping low at some points. But, you talk about some fun teams and some amazing stages of play. We've actually got even more esports throughout the week here at PIEA and TEC. This weekend, we've actually got the Land of Steel. I know you'll be there. We've got grand finals for all of our initial Fall Brawl titles. We've also got open to join tournaments. And guess what, Q? It's absolutely free to enter.
I'm excited to see what the open tournaments will end up bringing out as far as some talent-wise. A lot of 1v1s, Rocket League, some Madden. We've got Mario Kart going on as well. Man, give me some titles that we don't typically get to see over here at PIEA and TEC and throw in the mix. Me personally, I'm always down for a little bit of Mario Kart action. I believe that's what we're going to be wrapping our day down with at the end of everything on Saturday. So sign me up. You mentioned I'm gonna be there in person. If you guys are down there, make sure you come around and say what's up.
Yeah, definitely give a wave. I know you, Hot Sauce, and Pyro J all slated to be there, so make sure to give them the good old wave, as to say. I unfortunately will not be there, as I will be in Wisconsin, but I'll be having some fun. You guys will be having some fun too. And obviously for all the teams, they'll be having a lot of fun trying to earn themselves not only a Fall Brawl title, but there's also going to be collegiate scouts there. Mount Aloysius and Waynesburg University slated to be there along with others. So if you're a student that's just coming and interested in collegiate opportunities, but maybe didn't make the finals, there are resources there to talk to you about a collegiate future in esports.
I do gotta say, it's been fun as we've been doing the Night Owl streams and doing some of the collegiate coverage for both of those 2 squads, seeing names that we have been casting over the years here through TEC and PIEA starting to pop up over there. Really a lot of fun to see. An opportunity that wasn't available even just a few short years ago. So happy to see the students being able to take advantage of that. And it seems like more doors are starting to be unlocked as far as at other institutions as well. So we appreciate everyone that's been coming out and hanging out with us on the PIEA and TEC streams, whether it's here for our high school action during the week, or even in the evenings as well for our collegiate stuff. It's your first time through, by the way. Make sure you're smacking that follow button down there in that bottom right-hand corner, turning those notifications on. I do believe we had a lobby issue as far as for lobby number 1, so we are going to be just a couple of more minutes before getting into things. But Llama, remind everybody, as far as for today, what's the structure going to be looking like here?
So you're looking at 3 separate matches across the day today, and that's what it's going to mirror for every single week. So week number 1, as we talked about, is going to accumulate over the course of this season, but you've got 3 separate matches on the day to join in, try and get as many eliminations as possible, and then match that with high placement points. So the teams that maybe performed well in week number 1, they're going to have to continue to perform well if they want to keep those leaderboard rankings, but the teams that maybe didn't have as good as a week number 1 still have a chance to bounce on back and still chances to adapt. I know in week 1 as well, some of the lobbies there towards the end weren't necessarily as full just because it was week number 1. Everybody's getting updates and things done. So as we head here into week number 2, you could be looking at an even higher point total throughout these games.
I think the big thing also that we realized in week number 1 was the amount of teams that were okay with continuing to try to take those early fights, even if they didn't necessarily find the results in games 1 and 2, as we even moved towards those game 3s as well. So I think one thing we'll definitely be keeping an eye on is especially, again, those teams that do like to take those early fights, those teams that like to switch things up. It's a big risk to be taken, especially in a lobby that's packed full of a bunch of duos that are looking to try and really put their best foot forward. Week 2 of 6, so you figure for teams that already started hot, you try and move that needle up a little bit more. For teams that maybe didn't necessarily get the results they're looking for through those first 3 games last week, a chance to kind of change things up. You even kind of pointed out for our team that does sit atop the leaderboard, they weren't even able to make it into game number 1 last week, and were still able to push their way all the way towards the top after just 2 incredibly strong performances. So that's what one really big game can do. And I do anticipate that probably throughout the course of our 6 weeks, that number 1 and 2 spot in each game is more than likely going to be a high fragger.
Yeah, and it's something where your performance in the early game, you'd think, okay, all these fights are very risky, but the good teams are going to know how to not only play around the meta, but utilize the resources that they gather from eliminated opponents to start to build their inventory and build into those later game scenarios. It'd be even more such if we were in builds. Of course, you don't get the build refresh because we're in no build, so a little bit less such, but grabbing those heals, getting the reset, and the points bonus on top is just going to be really fun to watch how the teams navigate it. And for a team like Eliminated and Burger, if they can keep up this hot streak of staying good and winning games and being awesome. So talking about awesome, though, we have got extra awesome stuff here on TEC this week. We've got Marvel Rivals on some of our other streams, so lots of different titles, and in to game number 1. Here we go.
We're going to move on through and hang on out as we're getting started with game number 1 here. And this is one of our more higher performing duos, RJ Nash and Arctic Willie for Penn Trafford. I think currently sitting in that number 2 spot and already finding themselves an early engagement here as well. Pulling up in the car was one, trying to pull away because they've already, unfortunately, lost their teammate.
The Penn Trafford crew already starting to slay out and deliver some extra damage early on. That chainsaw, huge item. We talked about the movement meta, the shockwave hammer, something big that can get you from place to place, but that chainsaw and that charge on the ground can really move you a set of distance. And you know what I noticed, Q? Again, a little bit smaller lobby here in game number 1, 40 players. That's going to average out to about 20 teams.
Means for some of those other teams outside of your high contenders, the teams that you do know like to bring the noise and bring the funk, they're going to have to do their best to find themselves at least an early fight or 2. Otherwise, even if they do find themselves into a top 5, there won't be much KP to go along with it. Right now, RJ Nash caught a tough spot. There's only 29 health left to their name. You had mentioned that chainsaw and the movement. that is available to them, as they'll be able to fall back and wait for their teammate here, creeping through the corner. They do have that shotgun to be able to put down some big damage at short range, but you're also going to have to worry about a potential third party here.
There's some shots coming from up on the hill, and Artiquilli now the lower of the two as RJ Nash pops the Fizzy to get them back to about a third of their effective total HP. With the shielding on top of it, of course, no builds also features the overshield, so you get a bonus 50 shield to sort of compensate for that reaction time that would come with the builds, and that's denoted by the shield icon next to the player's health bar in the top left corner, or in the bottom left as well from this spectator view. So getting back to healthy here, not the best health bar to work with, but surviving is the most important thing.
Want to make sure you can move as far as you can inside of this lobby, because again, you know you've got yourself a couple of other teams in here that are going to want to, really bring the noise, really crank that knob up to 11 when it comes to finding those early eliminations. So even if you only find an early fight or two, everyone else is going to help you as far as on the placement point side of things, which, as you had pointed out, with roughly 20 teams, that does mean you can get some of those higher placements relatively quickly here. You can even see as far as for Summit Academy, they're just going to play this thing low and slow. They're just outside of the zone. They're going to wait until this storm really pushes them inside of this next ring, and going to be okay with just kind of working around the outside.
Trying to find a space inside here, and noticing a few different players. Again, all these different flag stands around the map. Lots of good loot possibility, and especially those heals. Only a couple small shield pots in the inventory for Academy number 4. And for the crew, going to be able to grab this extra loot and decide where they want to rotate on to next. That storm incoming. It is only that storm number 1, so only going to do one tick at a time. And there is all the loot falling from the sky.
A lot of good upgrades here, something to grab around. You see the big pot. I don't know if they've got room for that there, as generally you're only going to keep yourself probably one slot for the shields, but probably having a quick discussion, making sure they're okay, and I'm sure also making sure no one's a little late to the party, moving their way in through the storm. Does look like they will be okay with taking that one tick damage that you were talking about. The storm will bring to the table. Also got the battle bus out to help rotate their way on in, not to be confused with the thing that drops them into the map. But, as a Rocket League guy, I love to see it.
I always love to see the cosmetics that different players bring. Some do it for tacticality to sort of hide within the bushes or the terrain around them, but some just love to customize. And a skin is actually a pretty important part of the game for these players to switch off of, because if you are one of those number 1 teams and you're never changing your outfit, well, then it's easy for other players to track who you are, where you're going, and what you want to do. For this crew, kind of rocking, like you mentioned, that 2 heal setup with a mobility item. A lot of players in this current meta favoring that Wrecker Revolver, kind of acts like a shotgun at close range.
And they can be able to put down big damage, but doesn't have to take the extra time as far as for the load and the pump. Definitely understand as far as that goes. I was trying to think about as far as skins today, is like the quote unquote sweat skins still like the old the FIFA skins from back. Maybe that's aging myself a little bit in the Fortnite years. I feel like that used to be what all the sweats were wearing. I don't feel like I don't see it much these days. I actually feel like nowadays there's so many out there that it's very rare to see duplicates in the lobby, which is really cool because it allows for that extra expression for the students.
Yeah, absolutely. Get to have some fun with it, get to match in this duo set of lobbies, as Metro War 12 and 13 both setting themselves up outside of Utopia. It feels like trying to use some of their scoped weaponry to go in here. Dangerously, though, only the med mist in the inventory, so if that shields do take initial damage, it's going to be hard to watch it. Taking a little bit of chip damage off the fall, and we're back to Artiquilli and RJ Nash, the current second place team on the standings, only in front of by 1 more team. So they're about trailing by 80 points, and they're making a big rotation with minimal health.
So I wouldn't be surprised even if they pivot and turn back around and try and take this fight if they felt there was an opportunity. Instead, though, not surprised to see them a long way around. You'll notice they're not really pushing into this next ring too much, right? They're still kind of floating around the edges, trying to see if they can find themselves a team or maybe even a pair of teams that are in a fight to be able to land on here in Harmony Hills. It doesn't look like there's going to be one for them, but they're definitely okay with taking their time. They will have one player spotted up above them here by Arctic Willie. Looks like there's also one on the ground, so they will be joining their teammate RJ Nash and the squad right behind them as well. So they got to make sure that they can really be revved up and ready to roll, because they got to take a quick fight.
Looked like Arctic Willie was actually resurrected, so had to get a quick finish on that elimination to make sure they can pick up the loot, reset the inventory, and especially just get some heals. RJ Nash down to just a smidgen of HP along with the shield. We got to see in that elimination feed as well, it was Jules and Galaxy kind of working together. They are only 5 points behind the team we just talked about in 3rd place overall. So a good chance for them to pick up some eliminations early. And again, haven't quite seen the #1 team quite yet.
I don't even know if we've seen them in the feed either, which is relatively interesting. Maybe just a quiet team #1. Hopefully it's not similar woes of having issues getting into the lobby. Meanwhile here, our duo of Big Tonka and Ash Q will now be left all to Big Tonka. Luckily, though, find the eliminations. They should have a chance to be able to get the squad reset. Interesting to see prioritizing the loot. I guess loot does take priority, as I guess maybe we're anticipating the third party. It looks like could be rotating in, as we did see the Rockets sent over this way, but they'll be able to at least get things back in standing as a 2.
Full 10-second res because it is duos. Not able to get multiple players on that to cut down the timer. So nicely done. Get the finish on a couple of players. And this team has 5 eliminations together. 4 off the body of Big Tonka. But a crack on the overshield for Ash Q. They'll have to get back in towards this storm. Luckily, both of them have med kits to keep themselves healthy. Here is Jules and Galaxy, who are going to be fighting with full shields on the lower side of the HQ.
The low ground, trying to take those pop shots across. They do have some coverage, though, which is going to be nice for them here, because you will have plenty of teams that should probably start rotating this way in, as the ring will be sending people this way. Doesn't look like they're going to be content with just sitting in place, though. Again, this is a team that we do know likes to take the fight. They're going to be perfectly fine with just kind of sitting out in the open and waiting for this first squad. They should be jumping in. At this point, 19 players left, so probably only got a handful of teams left at this point, but I mean, still plenty of teams to be in the way for squads who do have to rotate their way in, kind of like this duo that's just on the edge here.
Biz Flame and Be Dewey will be headed in towards the inner side of the HQ, and this is a really awkward zone. It's pulling inside that mountainous range, so actually finding a good spot. It's hiding in bushes just like this. Glow Flare and Flames will be able to get some nice long-range shots as Arctic Willie is knocked out by Summit Academy. Big names falling across the board with only 19 players left to go, and this is a nice position for Fire and Flames. Unfortunately, they don't have a ton of cover, so every single bullet you trade out just gives another sound cue to alert players there. And we thought we didn't see Burger. Well, Burger actually knocks out Galaxy, eliminating the duo of Galaski and Jules.
Flying a little bit, but starting to heat up when things matter the most, I do suppose. As far as for now, the Pioneers are caught out in the storm, looking to try and find their way in. Another team that will have to rotate this last little bit against the storm here now. Snowy P and Little P, who we were hanging on board earlier with. Eliminated, and Burger, we had mentioned earlier, just got done in a fight. It looks like they've got a couple of KP to their name thus far, and as we're now in the top 15 scenario, this is a team that we'll definitely be keeping an eye on as the Globby continues to low down.
Another good chance here from Eliminated, who gets the knock onto Fizz Flame. We talked about those audio cues. They work them perfectly, and the floaty nature gets them back up to the high ground. Trying to land the snipes, they'll break down the shield, but Burger is dropped to a rifle. RJ Nash fully eliminated, but it's that long-range shots, the danger of the third party. An extra coverage built. Res coming, but a 10-second timer could seal their doom.
I like this, though. They are going to be able to break the line of sight. They're going to be able to get back up to a 2, but Burger going to be very quickly put back down and chased into the storm, as it'll be Big Tonka and Ash Q will be able to take down the big dogs here in game number 1. The Storm, though, already starting to tick for quite a bit of damage per second. And once it finishes closing, that thing really will start to knock. So they need to find a way to close their way on in. And with only 9 players left, you figure as a 2, they should be all right. But they'll have teams like Flame Master and Glowfire here who have kind of tucked themselves in a way, and they're already in a good spot in the middle of the zone.
They've got one of 2 high ground positions. Burger ends up getting the elimination on Ashq after the fact, so it's probably going to be a either 14 or 15 elimination game for the Burger and eliminated duo. But they're not in this end zone. A watch from behind here from Flames will send some shotgun shots flying as the Broom gets the opposing team out to safety. 8 players left to go. This team rocking with 4 eliminations, and it's interesting to watch. This high ground position is nice, but again, it just has no coverage. Flames' health bar is burned down to 85.
I mean, sort of coverage with the bush, right? You can at least break line of sight. The only problem is not a rock where you can sit on the other side, not get shot. So not complete coverage. You do have another team also on complete height, which is the Little P combo that will have to move relatively soon. They're just right over on the edge of this zone. These teams are, it looks like quite a few of them are more on this northern side. So once teams start moving, there's not much coverage inside this zone, Mama. I feel like we're nearing the end here.
Yeah, this zone is such an awkward pool. It's going to pull to the edge of Utopia City. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it encapsulates any of the houses. So this is going to have a lot of water on the rotate. Jumping up here, Summit Academy 1, just a solo. That means there's a couple other solos hiding around somewhere else. 8 players to go, rotate coming. It's a good position to anchor under the docks, but it looks like the other 2 players there might beat them to it. Fire, Flames working towards the outside as the other Summit Academy crew works above.
Snowy and Lil P also trying to find their way in towards the zone, working from the outside. They've got to worry about the battle bus moving right towards them here. Little P sitting on no shields, jumping on in, a dangerous position to put them in. Now also working against the ring, and Little P and Snowy now gonna be out. Still sticking inside the bus is the Summit Academy, looking pretty solid as far as where they're at for now.
Fire and Flames might be on the way to win this game. Summit Academy 1 and 2 and Summit Academy 3 and 4. 2 of the final 2 teams left to go and stealing away the battle bus. Here is Fire, here is Flames. This one pulling out to the water. An explosion of the bus gives them no more coverage, and they're just gonna be flopping around like fish. The solo catches them off guard to their flank of the right side, and now everybody is ready to swim. Hope you brought your training lessons. 2v1 to win it. Fire, Flames working for the victory, but a jump up towards the mountain will delay the final elimination. How much can the Summit Academy player do? Nothing. Fire and Flames victorious in game 1.
Great job by these 2 here to continue with the tracking as they were able to take up to the sky. I was worried if they landed, especially if they had a porta-fort, if maybe they'd be able to secure themselves a cover to be able to heal up enough and maybe isolate one of the 2, but instead just being able to beam from a distance, and a big W here in game number 1 for this duo. And man, not failing on delivering us a banger in game number 1, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the ring did kind of fail us. Boy, that one pulled out into no man's land.
Yeah.
But like you said, just a really, really good overall matchup. And eliminated in Burger, it shows them they're a little bit human. They're a little bit prone to third parties, especially when the ring just traps you inside a barren landscape with no cover. A lot of adaptability, a lot of new faces. Actually like to see that here in this matchup number 1. And, you know, the day is still young for these teams. Still 2 more matches left to go. But this showed a lot of different things. A lot of teams focusing on rotating first and trying to avoid that big storm damage.
Yeah, it felt like we had more teams alive there a little bit later into the game, which is something nice to see, especially for a lobby that wasn't quite as full as we had seen in those lobbies in week number 1. Hopefully, maybe we're able to pack things out a little bit more here for lobby number 2, which, speaking of, shouldn't be too long from getting kicked off. So let's go ahead and grab ourselves a quick snack, grab yourself a drink. On the other side of this break, we'll be back with match number 2.
Dreams collide in sleepless nights. Stars explode through blinding lights. Victories found in the fight. I'm on top, my soul ignites. Life's a game, we learn the rules. Twist and turn like misfit fools. Through the pain we break the chains. Find the win through loss and gains. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings. Castles built on hope's foundation. Rivers run with pure elation. Through the storm I'll find my way. Triumph shines like break of day. Tides may turn but I remain. Steady, strong, won't yield to pain. In the end the truth will show. Strength and heart, the seeds we sow. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings. Tides may turn, but I remain. Steady, strong, won't yield to pain. In the end, the truth will show. Strength and heart, the seeds we sow. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race, I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings.
Running around like dollars in the wind. Bending over backwards just to let you in. Yeah. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and never. I was putting in the putting in. Those medical pills are pushing me over. I kill my fill 3 times a day. These ethanol fumes won't make me sober. One flame to take the pain away. I caught you lighting matches in the back room. Haters look mad when they pass you. Let's talk about round when it's past due. Reach a glass to know you don't gotta fight alone. You don't gotta fight alone. Don't be so personal. Everyone's seen death in their dreams, but we still wake up and go to sleep. Everyone's seen death in their dreams, but we still wake up from our sleep. I'll be home soon. You don't gotta fight alone. You don't gotta fight alone. You don't gotta fight alone. Don't be so personal.
back, everybody. Still here at the PIEA High School League, week number 2, powered by TEC. And we're done with one game on our Fortnite main broadcast, as you're still here with Llama77 and your boy Q. Q, it was a tough end circle throughout the first map, but an exciting one, to say the least.
Definitely a lot of fun for match number 1. Whenever the storm gives you a wrench in the plans like that one, it kind of becomes hanging on and hoping for the best. We had a couple of teams who were able to do just that, but as we get ready to move towards game number 2, this is where it's going to be about resiliency for a lot of teams who didn't necessarily get the results they were looking for there in match number 1. Because we did see a few teams, like our top squad heading in on the day, who continue to be point sponges up towards the top with a lot of eliminations. So other teams now, as much as there's still plenty of time, 4 more weeks after this one, you can't let those top dogs get too far away from the pack and expect to still be able to potentially be able to catch up at the end of everything once it's all said and done.
Yeah, and you've got to start to make a little bit more risky decisions, it feels like, to maybe take them out along your pathway for teams recognizing that Eliminated and Burger, although they had 14 eliminations in that last round, it was a really tough position that they put themselves in. Those third parties, you have to be very smart about where you're using your coverage, especially those porta forts, to be able to lock them down on the ground. And what you mentioned, the Storm had just eaten up a couple of teams and destroyed their health bars before they were actually able to take fights.
You mentioned the porta forts. I feel like that's one thing we've really seen the teams at the top generally keeping 1 or 2 of in the pocket, right? Because it helps so much, one, especially if you have rotated in off of the sky, right? And you just have to land somewhere. You don't necessarily have an option of where you go. You can only paraglide so far away. You know what I mean? And also, too, if you do catch yourself, we even saw Burger and Eliminated try to use it for cover on the edge of a map to be able to reset as well. It didn't quite work out to their favor there just because all eyes were on them. I think they had 3 teams working their way up that hill. But had it not been for that cover would have been enough for them to reset.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about the resurrection timer as well. 10 seconds to hit that res on your down teammates. So you really have to be very careful about where you're taking fights. And the interesting thing we'll see a lot from Eliminated and Burger is they'll throw Eliminated into the mix. They'll say, Eliminated, go in, do your damage, but stay alive. Get down to 50 or 25 HP and then back out. Be safe enough where we don't have to hit a res after the fight. And then Burger comes in and cleans things up. So watching other teams start to build on that strategy of keep both players alive is going to be very important going forward.
I think the one thing to keep in mind for teams who are looking towards the top of the leaderboard and trying to figure out what those teams are doing to find the success they do, we saw Burger and Eliminated go out prior to top 5. Is that right? If my memory does not serve me wrong, or somewhere right around the top 5. Yet they still had the most points in that first lobby by and large. I mean, even above our team sitting at the top 2 spot, they're 28 points away from them. So those elimination points really start to add up.
Yeah, and they're a team that just takes out anybody that's in their way. They're so good about recognizing those sound cues of where teams are fighting and what the actual fight stage is. You notice there were some fights they completely avoided because they recognized, okay, now there's no more shooting. All of a sudden the fight has ended. If we go into third party it, they've probably already healed up. By the time we get there, we're going to be at a disadvantage. They know where we are coming from. So just looking for a little bit better placement going in towards this next one. And Q, we might have a little bit bigger lobby as well going into matchup number 2.
I love it. I'm excited because with more players in the lobby, it means that those teams who do like to fight do have to worry about more of those third parties. So I'm looking at you, Burger and Eliminated, because there are going to be more teams around you. You got to make sure that you are being disciplined in picking and choosing when those fights do come across. Even looking towards teams like the Penn Trafford duo, which we had mentioned heading into game number 1, RJ Nash and Arctic Willie, another team that tends to be pretty frag heavy. When you have more teams that drop on in, if you cannot wrap up a fight quick, fast, and in a hurry, there's a good chance that's your last fight in the lobby.
Very true. I mean, all these teams very good, and it goes to the preparation that they've focused on throughout the start of the season up until now, but also a recognition of the meta. I mean, the Fortnite item pool is constantly changing, and again, you're in a meta where there's very little mobility tools, so you have to be very careful about your rotates. Enough yabbering. We are in to matchup number 2 of 3.
Where are we dropping, boys? Who's going tilted? Wait, no. That was seasons ago. But yeah, let's go and get down to it. As you can see that initial spread across. Now that we do have the full spectator display, we do appreciate our producer in the background fighting through everything to work with us in game number 1. But early fights on here at Harmony Hills as Metro War in a tough spot.
Little PIEA and crew, they were able to get near that top 5 in that matchup number 1. Getting to see Jules and Galaxy on the initial takedowns as well. So owning a POI has a lot to go with it. You can loot it for free. You can move forward after winning it. But as you said, I mean, there are so many players, especially those named POIs, are going to be heavy with fighting. Burger, familiar name in the elimination feed, actually takes down Fizz Flame, one of the big flame duos that we saw in towards that end zone.
A lot of teams who like to rely on these cars, just not only for rotation, but for that additional cover and even for that extra shield while you are in rotation around the map. We can definitely understand as far as for that. Here at Rangers Rest, it looks like we've got ourselves a couple of squads. Pretzel Boy is trying to find themselves a little bit of shield because 100 HP ain't gonna be much. As you can see, it's absolutely deleted here by Toki Jazz and Red Killer.
Beautiful stuff to garner some Scooby snacks as well. Gather the heals, especially when you can build up those shields. Yeah, Scooby snacks. All the tasty treats. Great to heal. Great to have in your pocket for an extra boost of energy as players dropping like flies. Q, we've already lost 20 players.
Yeah, I mean, when there's a lot of teams in, you know, you got a lot of players that like to fight. Can't say that I'm too surprised. I do love seeing that we had darn near 100 players in this lobby at drop, but yeah, 20 already off of the board here. And I wouldn't be surprised if by the time this first storm finishes closing in, we see another 15 to 20 off of the board. It's a full 10 teams that are gone for now. We will see at least trying to take care of some of the PvE side of things here as well to just make sure they can stack up on loot.
Grab one of the best mobility tools currently after taking down that AI. 73 players left to go now. Jules and Galaxy, the team that is top 3 on the podium right now, sitting in second place after a successful matchup number 2. But an initial trade of a 50 on the shotguns. They've got the damage through the tree line. A nice knock onto Rax, and 15 Gucci has to dip on out of there. Just running to try and escape. A couple more shots from Jules will put them in. But it looks like they're going to go for this chase down to try and get the full finish.
Can't blame them. You know that those eliminations are something that separate the best from the rest at the top of the leaderboard. But you also don't want to overextend. We've talked a couple of times about these flags that are placed throughout the map. Some big loot you're able to get from those there as we do look across the map and see if we can find ourselves any more fights going on. We know that Toki Jazz and Red Killer have no problems playing aggressive. They found themselves one elimination here as they do look to try and potentially chase down the second, but for now we'll settle with the full elim.
Good stuff there to get themselves 7. A lot of eliminations coming down early. A lot of teams rotating through Viney Shafts as it kind of heads down into a lower mountainous region. Eliminated just goes 1, 2, 3, taking down 2 straight. 15 QG. We'll see what they can do after we saw Raz got eliminated. I think they were fighting back to try and grab the card here, but a trade 1 for 1. An early elimination could come through of your teammate, and you might have to look for one of those resurrections to get them back in. But this location in Viney Shafts is not staying in the zone. All of these teams need to move.
Look at all of them teams that are out here. A couple of solos. You even got a couple of teams that are still a little further out west that will eventually well, potentially rotate their way on in. Speaking of rotating, they're getting in the whip and they're dipping, baby. However, at some point, it does run out of shield, and as that car does explode, one player will be knocked. That should probably give this squad, you would think, the green light to push forward, but they do have a team behind them as well.
That was QC, who lost their teammate in that earlier on fight, and we were talking a bit about the podium. Currently, Lower Moreland, that squad have eliminated, and Burger sitting in first place as AshQ rips down another, earning the 5th elimination of the day. In second, Galaxy and Jules, about 120 points behind, sitting in the second place silver slot. And right behind them is RJ Nash and Arctic Willie. The Penn Trafford High School duo is only 5 points behind them. So a close 1-2-3 podium. The next closest team is Wyoming Valley West with Kaz and Rowboat, who are about 110 points behind. So some gaps already starting to form early on in week 2.
Still plenty of time to be able to close those with a big game or two. We are kind of talking about just how much a big game can make a difference, especially if you're able to add a whole bunch of eliminations to go along with it as well. So when we look at teams like a Toki Jazz and Red Killer who do like to take those fights, well, there is still plenty of time to be able to ascend up amongst the ranks and put your names there as well. Elsewhere, it does look like Animal as well as Ill Pass. Well, they're kind of just vibing in the car, out whipping, living life in the fast lane. They're already inside the zone, but they haven't quite figured out where they want to go. And while they do still have plenty of shield left on their car, they're going to have to figure out somewhere to get out and start actually putting points to the board.
Talking about points. Points a possibility in this team fight as Glowfire drops first. Our winning duo from last game is on the ropes. Flames taken down below the shield line and taken out. Batty and Yoom able to finish off the job. And we've officially dipped below half of our players left to go. It's their first 2 eliminations of the day, but it's well worth it as it starts stacking up the points.
Trying to think about where we're at team-wise in that last lobby. I think we picked up like an additional 20 duos almost in this next lobby, which is going to be good for some of those teams who do want to try and make a move up the leaderboard, because there's more points that are available via eliminations, as we do still have quite a few of those that are still on the table here. 44 players left in the lobby for now. Make that 42 as Big Tonka going to be able to pick up a pair. Does look like there was a revive somewhere else on the map, as we did see that number back up to 43. We have shots up on the hill as it's actually the White House shooting across the way. Almost found a way to get one down. Is going to be using this rock for cover.
Some incredible names here from these players, I've got to say, for Jules and Galaxy. Able to take down a few more as they want to continue their podium run. Red Dinosaur and John, they've got to watch away as the White House is coming straight towards them. The White House is down, but the Dinosaur is back to 100 HP. And Aiden might be short, but has a beautiful barrel. That's their 5th elimination of the game.
Yeah, I mean, when your player in front of you is able to lead an opening the way that they were able to do so with the chainsaw, you find big opening damage, plus you take away that little bit of LOS blocker. You just come in and clean things up. Meanwhile, Burger and Eliminated, these are the top dogs in this lobby here as an accumulative thus far here at PIEA. We know this is a duo that you do not want to be in an isolated 2v2 with, and you're seeing exactly why that is on your screen. They have no problem picking it up and putting it down.
I mean, get the finish, get the reset. It's just as easy as that for this crew as they stack back up their overshield. Burger and Eliminated, really good team fighting duo, but to fight against that Tonka crew, really tough. Third party coming in, Wrecker Revolver doing exactly to the namesake. The White House is down to 25% HP, and Aiden the Short barely getting their shield back up.
Eliminated is going to be able to find that opening pick here, though. The White House goes down, and Aiden the Short tucks tails and run. Can't blame them. Not sure if they are aware of exactly who it was that they're pushing on here, but probably so, the way that they're falling back. Burger does not want them to be able to find their way to safety, though. They have no problem continuing to check up over the ridge. However, I don't think they're going to be able to see him directly in their sights. However, no one really around them as they'll be able to move here towards Gordy Gate.
Using that last call item gives you a little bit of mobility, but also gives you the chance for some close up front damage. Burger eliminated, you see there on the left side of your screen, and now full screen. 12 eliminations on this game. Aiden, we talked about their ability to get out. I don't know if they were able to grab the card. The question is going to be, they've got a lot of mobility, they've got a lot of heals. If they could get a resurrection, they could be right back in it.
See if they might be able to rotate back out and get that card. I think there would still technically be a little bit of time here left. Eliminated in Burger, though, they're wasting no time. You mentioned earlier, already sitting on the 12 eliminations. They're going to see just how high they can push that there as B Animal and Illpass are now the ones who are caught in their sights, trying to use the chainsaw here to tuck tail and run, now having the shield broken, but should be able to use the environment a little bit here. Be able to break those lines of sight, but I don't know if they'll be able to find safety, Llama.
It's just going to be so tough. I think the one good thing they have going for them is Burger and Eliminated have a litany of targets to go for. They end up turning back towards Aiden the short, trying to get that full finish as Aiden escapes on the car. Less than a third of the teams left to go as Burger and Eliminated just feasting on this bigger lobby so far. But once again, they're situated up towards the northern side and have to be very careful about their rotation. Look in the bottom right. They've got at least 3 teams on their run-in.
A lot of potential third parties if one of those fights ends up going on too long. As Summit Academy, a team currently only sitting with 1 frag to their name, but really prioritizing placement here. As you can see, currently in the car, will be okay with just kind of getting that nice little stroll around the map, not trying to be an easy target for anyone. Actually on the outskirts here, all by themselves. I'm not sure if they're trying to hunt down a fight that's isolated on the outskirts or what, but for now, they'll be okay with vibing as far as just with their placement points. 28 teams left, and you've got a couple of teams in Utopia City there to be starting to take this fight here just outside of Oxford as well. You've got a couple of teams on this hill, so you're starting to look toward that top 10 here relatively soon.
And a beautiful team fight look here from Jules and Galaxy, who ended up slaying down RJ Nash. Didn't get the full elimination, just the knock. But Nash is not in a position that they can get the res easy. These are 2 top 3 teams dueling it out for Batty and Hume. We'll see what they want to do on this rotation. They've got to go uphill. RJ Nash finished off, so that duo reduced to just a solo. With 25 players left to go, though, this is where the placement points really start to scale up. And that multiplicative factor of your eliminations are good. I wonder if Willie was able to grab the card there as they rotate out.
Sure if they were, but we do know that this Galaxy and Jules team ain't done yet when it comes to taking fights. They're a squad that came in today in the top 3 and would like to continue to solidify their spot there. The only problem, right on the other side of this hill, is that number 1 duo, Eliminated and Burger. One of which is going to be popping away and falling back with Burger here. And big damage is they're going to be able to at least crack the shields, but they do also have to worry about a team firing at them from their 6.
This is a weird spot, so they're going to double bunker up. Burger is going to just be absolutely deleted on the shield. Eliminated down to 50, and they are in an awkward position on the outside of HQ. They're going to have to rotate up this hill, and Jules and Galaxy, they have got one of, if not the best positions to watch all these edge rotations come in.
Especially as you do have those 2 teams now that are starting to work up against one another outside the ring, who will also have to work their way up this hill in order to get into this next ring. I do feel like if I were Galaxy and Jules, I would probably prioritize the other duo. Of course, we do get the benefit of knowing exactly who's who. They don't get that benefit while they're in game. We only have that from the spectator mode, as now it's going to be Burger. We'll be able to wrap up the elim here on this duo, as now we're in the top 12 and closing in on that top 10 scenario. Question now becomes, can they ascend up this hill into that high ground where we did have the team waiting?
lot of top teams still available. There's Aiden the Short, who actually has resurrected to White House after getting fully eliminated earlier on. This duo's got 8 together, but Aiden 6 just themselves. A transformation here as this rotation pulls exactly to Galaxy and Jules.
They've got them. So we talked about how good of a spot they had just for that last ring, but now that they can sit inside that double portafort, and they'll just kind of sit, they're going to be plenty fine, especially since you have a whole bunch of people at Utopia that are going to be in a fight that will continue to dwindle down this lobby as we see the White House is going to be down and will be full eliminated as well. The only problem is Rax also falls. It's Cosmic Vio across the way, a solo that's spraying down and trying to see if they can pick up an extra elimination or two along the way.
Such an awkward spot though, rotating from the taunt side of the storm here, pulling tightly. It's going to be Summit Academy. We saw them moving into a successful fight last time. Willie, Nash back as a duo as well. All 3 top teams still alive, and a chance to take a victory royale is straight in front of them. Summit Academy holds on to the house inside of the hill as RJ Nash and Arctic Willie. The one sad thing is that it doesn't look like they have any shield heals.
B1 with the bush, B1 with the bush, we're fine. No one look this way. You don't see anything pointing out of the bush. They'll be fine. It's all good. It's all good. Jules and Galaxy, though, they are just outside of this ring. Actually, sorry, just made their way inside of this ring as they'll be trying to find a way to take a fight with one of these 2 squads that's on the outside. Potentially trying to gatekeep them just a little bit. One of the teams that is outside of the storm here currently is Burger and Eliminated. They're going to have to work against this zone that is starting to tick for quite a bit of damage. Eliminated already down at 27 HP, and a Dream has been able to make their way inside of the circle. I don't know if Metro War is looking their way. They actually might be able to get a full reset because Metro War is facing the other way.
Oh, and Metro War 16 is holding on to a full med miss. That would be a massive reset for the duo if they could take them down. But 13 players left to go, 7 squads. That is just a single solo. So many duos to spice it up as this zone moves back north. It becomes less coverage, more mountainous. RJ Nash, the duo, is first to get there.
Hold on. Duo that is lurking behind Metro War. They have been pointed out here and Eliminated. Only sitting on 40 HP. Has a couple of small pots if they do want to get their shield back up to 50 here. Also got Jules and Galaxy just here to their northeast. And Jules, now the only one left alive, might have to try and just find a good spot on the map because you got a couple of teams that are chasing you down. Is chasing down Cosmic, though, who is a solo here currently, but it's Burger and Eliminated that are chasing Jules down, and that's a team that I wouldn't want chasing me.
Who's chasing the chasers, though? This rotation on the outside could cost them dearly if they don't get it finished fast enough. Already 18 eliminations, and they're trying to make it the big 19. A 20 Burger on the horizon for Burger and Eliminated. They've got a great spot as they find themselves on the Pumpkin and Rock coverage right outside of Harmony Hills. Jules is going to try and hide outside in the storm, but they are just chasing the poor lad down.
And this is going to actually work out in Burger and Eliminated's favor as well because they've taken this fight all the way out here. And this is exactly where this zone is going to be pulling. This storm's going to be heading exactly their way here at Harmony Hills. So they get themselves that extra elimination. And now it's going to be just about securing themselves a great spot to gatekeep the rest of the teams moving in. The only problem is they have prime real estate, so they have to make sure that they don't overextend.
Some of the time, it's the worst idea to be the first ones there as everybody's going to target you. Eliminated out in the open. 66 HP as the chainsaw gets them back to coverage just in time. Or not. 1 HP. eliminated, somehow survives, gets out, and must heal quickly. Burger's got a cover for him as Arctic Willie's on the rotate to the right side. They've split up, trying to garner more space. RJ Nash here as well. Big shotgun shot, the trade-off. Arctic Willie's down, playing the coverage perfect, bringing out the last call to rotate away. And RJ Nash, with only an effective health bar to work with, is going to have to try and fight it, throwing their teammate forward. Willie already down, and guess what? Burger's back, full HP and ready to go. 5 players left to beat.
Now you only have the solo left from Penn Trafford, who could be the one to throw a wrench into things, as now it's Metro War that pulls up. Beaming, though, is Burger, able to take down one. RJ Nash pulls on up and tries to make work of things, tries to secure a top 2, but can't, and it will eventually be our leaders eliminated, and Burger, who come out on top with 23 eliminations along with the first place finish.
They bounce back from the game number 1 loss and find ways to make just a really clean rotation. For the longest time, it looked like they were going to get stuck at the bottom of that hill, but the rotation was nice. They kind of just mirrored another team. They walked right behind them and didn't shoot them. That gave them the opening to fly right on into the zone. And then, I mean, talk about 1v1 potential there towards the end. 23 eliminations and a hard-fought victory royale.
The squad that knows how to pounce on teams and be able to take advantage of situations, and not only that, they're able to take some fights even in those isolated 2v2s pretty darn good. And we've seen that throughout the course of what, now 5 maps here over the course of 2 weeks, just about done here. 1 more over the course here of today, Llama. We've been keeping things moving, though. Things have been going pretty smooth, and 1 more game on the day. So how about this? Instead of us yapping and holding things up, since our producer also does all the work on the back end, big shout out to Nick, by the way. Let's go ahead and take ourselves a quick break, and on the other side, we'll be back with match number 3 right after this.
Dreams collide in sleepless nights. Stars explode through blinding lights. Victories found in the fight. I'm on top, my soul ignites. Life's a game, we learn the rules. Twist and turn like misfit fools. Through the pain we break the chains. Find the win through loss and gains. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings. Castles built on hope's foundation. Rivers run with pure elation. Through the storm I'll find my way. Triumph shines like break of day. Tides may turn, but I remain steady, strong, won't yield to pain. In the end the truth will show. Strength and heart, the seeds we sow. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings. Tides may turn, but I remain steady, strong, won't yield to pain. In the end, the truth will show. Strength and heart, the seeds we sow. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race, I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings.
Running round like dollars in the wind. Bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. putting in the hours, 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 hours. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and ever. I was putting in.
Those medical pills are push me over. I kill my fill 3 times a day. These ethanol fumes won't make me sober. One flame to take the pain away. I caught you lighting matches in the back room. Haters look mad when they pass you. Let's talk about round when it's past due. Reach a glass, do no. You don't gotta fight alone. You don't gotta fight alone. Don't be so personal. Take me out of the road. I'm going under.
everybody, to the PIEA here for week number 2 of our Fortnite action. No builds continues here as we've got one map left for teams to earn some points into their cumulative total on the 2 weeks. Still, I'm a 77 and your boy Q up here on the desk. And Q, high-flying match number 2 with almost 100 players. We saw the elimination tallies start to rack up, but we saw brand new team names and a lot of different teams earning some points.
Yeah, but we saw one thing that's been a consistency through well, 4 of the 5 games that have been played by them, which is the Burger and Eliminated duo. They're already up to 255 points on the day, Llama. It's a little shy of their mark that they did put up last week at 274. Of course, last week, similar situation where they only played 2 games. But they also have game 3 here to be able to run up their tally. We mentioned as far as with the cumulative scoring over the semester, for teams who didn't have the performance they were looking for in week number 1, they could turn things around this week. Well, for this team, they were able to match their output from last week, and they've really separated themselves from the rest, even for teams like Penn Trafford, as well as the duo from Galaxy and Jules, who are still probably also going to surpass their totals from last week. They're just a team that have found a way to put themselves on a whole nother level of the tier list.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's about the consistency, excuse me. There's 4 more weeks still left to go of the regular season. And then, you know, you get into playoffs, everything going to reset into a clean sheet. So consistency throughout this year is going to be ever important. But you look at teams that are right behind them, they're improving as well. I just think it's part of that is there's an overall more number of players, but also the strategies are starting to develop. The rotations are getting a little bit cleaner. And for those teams that stay consistent, I always call it the coldness factor, where if you're a team that fights off drop and loses, all of a sudden now you have to wait 30 or so minutes until your next game. Where if you're someone like that number 1 team and you're scoring constant top 5s, you're constantly warm, constantly ready for fights, and constantly ready to win.
You know, that is one thing that is kind of unique to a BR versus pretty well any other title that we have here, right? It's one thing to wait in between matches, but if you're sitting by and watching as everyone else is still playing, that is definitely something that can get to you, especially if you're a team who's now had to do that in back-to-back lobbies as well. Still have time, though, as we do get ready to shift our focus here to map number 3. But I guess question for you, Llama. Do you feel like we see a new team that really asserts themselves at the top of the leaderboard, or do you feel like it's going to be a lot of those same top 3s, the Galaxies and Jules, the Penn Traffords, the Burgers, and Eliminated from Lower Moreland?
I think it's tough to say just because of the randomness, but I think it's going to be more of the same. It really feels like the podium right now has fleshed itself out enough that the top 3 are playing very consistent, but 1 or 2 bad games could really put them down. And especially, you mentioned it at the top of the day, for how much those 3 teams fight, there's always the chance that they just get really bad loot off of spawn and eventually just die. So we'll have to see where things go. We're headed into the final map of week number 2. Eliminated and Burger sitting atop the standings with 529 points. RJ Nash and Arctic Willie into second with 348. Galaxy and Jules in third with 339. Close behind, it's Prolon, Benji, Cosmic Vio, and AGD.
Let's get down to it. Not quite as full of a lobby, but it is 41 teams, just shy of 80 players. So still plenty of eliminations to be had for some of our high-flying teams, or even some of our teams who are trying to up the ante a little bit here. Hold on, Jules going to be taken out here early. Metro Warrior also in some trouble, but there it is. One of our top 3s already done and dusted. Also over here is Arctic Willie and RJ Nash, who will surely try and close in and make sure that this Metro War squad doesn't get the pickup.
They just did a really good job to grab that flag, grab early intel, and fight a team that's been kind of within 10-15 points all week long. Now it is game number 3, and unfortunately, like we said, that waiting time of, watching and waiting for 30 minutes until the next game for Nash and the crew. They'll have to, excuse me, Galaxy and Jules, they're going to have to wait until next week to score some points as Metro War continues to put on a show and earns their first elimination.
20 HP to Dream, and we'll have the full heal to be able to get here with the med kit. I'm not sure they'll be able to get their teammates safely, as there was a couple of teams that were around. Of course, it's that early game portion where a lot of those teams that have dropped together are still taking those fights. You can kind of see them across the map here as they do happen to be going on. Back on board with Metro War. They've got the whip. I would say gassing it up, but I don't think you really do that with the Cyber Truck. But yeah, there are a couple of different Metro War teams as well. So if you feel like we're saying the same thing, well, it's because it is duos and they got themselves a couple of squads.
Always cool to see the different teams inside the similar schools kind of battling against each other and, you know, battling somewhat for that varsity spot if there's multiple teams.
It's the Master Chief.
Oh, I like this little cosmetic action, and they've even got Metro War on the other side for Bad and DJ. A couple of early shots. They don't earn them any eliminations, but talking about eliminations, RJ Nash just scored another one.
Sorry, I got really nostalgic there for a second. I really enjoy that skin there, but yeah, still at the point with 34 squads left alive. I mean, still a little over 60 players here. There is still teams that have been able to get their duos back up alive. We're at Rangers Rest, and I think there's at least 3 duos that are still over here. Is Launch a Wolf sitting all right, looking to try and rotate over with Stale Sun as one of those Metro War duos is right up above, able to jump right on down. 2 pumps of the shotty to the body, takes him right down and sends him back to the lobby.
Launch a Wolf, though, fan favorite, able to get a knockdown onto Metro War 12. So we're set into a 1v1 here. The Launcher Wolf, team is in 11th currently. 1v1 from War 13. The drop down shots are good, cutting Wolf down to 110 effective HP and breaking that overshield. Both teams, though, dropping a member. I think they just want to try and reset it. Metro War 13 searching out for that other member, but isn't going to find him.
It's definitely interesting to see Metro War 13 be the one that reset that there, seeing the fact that they were sitting on full health and full shield, but understand the want for it as well with not wanting to fall out so early, right? This is game number 3, even if you're just simply solidifying a couple more placement points, as you still don't very much pick up any down this low or this early on in the lobby, is understandable. I'm going to be curious to see, though, if they ended up picking up that card. Meanwhile, as the rest of number 2 getting ready to start closing on in, you have people who will be spending their last points kind of looting and booting on up. You got a couple of teams off to the south, actually, on that mountaintop, one of which being Burger and eliminated. Looked like they're actually chasing down a squad here, as will be Burger, who brings out the shots and is able to find the elimination.
Probably takedowns here from elimination. It's just another day in the office as they are up to 3. I think the Launcher Wolf story is actually kind of interesting. A team that had 106 points in that week number 1, but have had a couple rough landings. Their first game today dropped out at 49th, right at the top of the pack off of an off-rip fight. So they're only at 14 points this week, but trying to turn it around in this game number 3 to stay within the top 10 and stay within the race. Launcher Wolf, speaking of 1v1 time, 68 goes huge, and Joker drops to the ground. They'll get the finish for the 4th elimination of the day.
The problem, though, is a teammate pulled up, so now you're going to have to use the chainsaw to be able to create a little bit of distance. And you talked about the, use of those mobility tools. It does look like they'll be able to get to safety for now. Meanwhile, Sigma will be following here, but it will be their teammate who will be able to clean things up and allow for them to still stand as a duo. Prioritizing looting over the teammate, a little bit of a feels bad, bruh, I do suppose, but luckily for them, no one else around to be able to third party.
a lot more spread out of a map number 3 is we saw a lot of players landing over towards Viney Shafts. Instead, this time around, it's a lot more spread out, a lot of players landing down towards the southern side, but a lot of these rotations, especially through Canyon Crossing, coming through Rangers Rest and that big POI, are gonna start to collide through each other. And, you know, I'm excited to see where this ring actually pulls us for the next zone.
Yeah, I feel like there's still so many good end games that are on the table with the way that it's currently looking, and I will admit, not as keen on being able to predict those end zone pools in Fortnite as I am to Apex. So we'll have to wait and see as the zone is getting ready to close. But with 42 players still left alive, you mentioned earlier how it's a little bit more spread out. Definitely interesting, because I would have thought that we would have had a few teams in this lobby that would have been wanting to up the pace as opposed to slowing it down. Even duos like the one on screen, Phoebe and Mislay. I mean, they've just been kind of fine with taking the fights as they come. They're not worried about forcing the issue.
I think that's good. I mean, you need to build in placement points to earn some of those extra elimination point bonuses. I love my mom. Great name, great shout out, and able to take some huge shots there towards the side. Burger does take down the Launcha Wolf duo as the solo is dropped out at 22nd, but a nice long range shot comes through there from I love my mom. And that duo so far really yet to get any eliminations on board this game. That's gonna feel really good. A duo like this, you mentioned though, they've got no extra big shield, but in a really good spot at the high ground that they'll have to rotate out of here in a few seconds.
And it's a shame that they are going to have to move out, because they do definitely have themselves a good spot. They've got a team right off to their right here. I'm not exactly sure who that is, but looks like they will have visuals as Mia Slay and Phoebe Sigma will start to close their way on in. We've got ourselves a little bit of an overhead. I think actually both duos are potentially up in the air, it looks like. The only problem, Mia Slay is getting shot at from a distance. That was actually the Pioneers from West Green that were to the right, and they weren't up in the sky. And Pioneer number 2 getting pop shot at from a distance. Oh, hold on, though. They break out the rocket launcher. They'll be able to clean up the first. Phoebe Sigma turns the corner and gets put down as well.
Oh, the revolver strikes again, but here comes Tonka and Ash Q. So good in their dual team fight, but Tonka doesn't even need their teammate. Rips down both from the life realm, and once again, earning another 2v2 victory.
Oh, it's dirty. The body shots with the shotty being able to take down big amounts of health. I think I saw one that was like just about took all of the shield first shot. That's pretty darn impressive here. Solvent Hen currently inside of this ring, but we'll be looking to, I'm not sure if they've got the card, but surely if they do, would like to try and find a way to get their duo back into things here, because otherwise, as the zone starts to close on in, they will have to rely on the little bit of coverage that is on the map, as I'm sure that coverage from the car won't last long. Last we had left, Ash Q and company had just cleaned up a fight. Well, now they're the ones getting cleaned up, as it's Burger and Eliminated who have showed up.
So such an awkward edge of the zone, though. You've really got to clean up both duos if you want to be able to do it. And okay, Burger, bring the Sentinel straight to the face. Kenzie no longer able to survive as Burger and Eliminated trading off eliminations. 5 apiece, another double-digit game. And unfortunately, we might have to pray for Big Tonka. Burger's on the run. Last call from both players, and the chase down is coming.
We'll send, they're just going to chase. We know, if there's anything we know about this duo, is they will smell blood in the water, and then they just keep pushing. What's interesting here is now there's an additional solo who have put their name into the mix here and might make things just a little bit easier. However, Pray Big Tonka, they will take the first one down and doing a great job of evading. I mean, honestly, doing a great job of just being able to keep themselves alive.
Talk about a rotation, landing at OXR, picking up those rifles, the single shot, bang, bang, ends up dealing some great long-range damage and just versatilizing their inventory here. It feels good, the eliminations feel better, And I don't know if they know it yet, but again, one of those other top 3 squads eliminated very early on. So on track to not only have another incredible game, but expand their lead that they've already built.
It does feel like the lobby's picked up pace a little bit here. I mean, we've still got a pretty big zone closing in. This is only storm closing ring number 4. And we're already down to, what was that, 26 players left alive? I mean, that's really not too much. And we've got a couple of places where we've got more than a handful of squads, one of which Solvent Hen has pulled up. Remember, we saw them as a solo earlier. They're still whipping it out here, just trying to make sure that they can keep themselves alive. Roland as well as Benji, they're still alive out here on the edge of the map. They're on edge of this ring closing in. They're making sure that as this storm closes in, there's no one that's moving in late behind them, and they'll be able to kind of rotate in from there.
And this is a team that has been playing strictly off of their placement points. They've been quiet. We haven't said their names a lot, but we should start to say their names. This is the team that's currently in 4th place with a really good position to do even more. Now we switch to Chaser and Jetty. Falling forward, Chaser loses their teammate off the initial dip and dodge, and Bat is looking for the 2v1. The Wrecker wrecks down 1, and it's a big trade coming. Slurp pop, DJ down low, across the pillar, just close range damage, 1v2. Chaser earns the fight victory.
Chaser doing him dirty. You saw him just looking around, had no idea where they were getting hit from. And we'll be able to get their duo back up here as well, which will be important as we continue moving forward. You'd hate to be in a position where you're playing things out as a solo. It will be Metro War Minster on the other side of another Metro War squad right here. I'm not sure if they're playing at the esports lab or what, but definitely would be an awkward conversation if it was the case. Does look like, though, one caught out in a bad spot. I was going to say didn't have cover, but finds their way right behind the tree before they get down.
Just a little bit of a crack of the overshield for Metro War. Only about 10 shield loss from the overshield, gets it fully recharged back up. Burger continues to slay out, taking down Jetty off of that re-engage from under the bridge that we saw earlier. And looking to the right, RJ Nash, Arctic Willie, one of the top 3 teams. They are in shambles. Their health bars are in no man's land. Metro War 10 dropping on the low ground as RJ Nash tries to make this rotation. Arctic Willie still finding ways to get elims, but this storm is so awkward. Driving to the outer bounds, trying to run them over. A battle of top 4 on this coastline.
The only problem, though, is now how are you going to get out of this? Because this fight is going on the low ground. You'll see them pull around out of the car, and now these two that are fighting, well, they're tough, in a real tough spot. I'm kind of surprised to see Toki Jazz fall down here to be able to take this fight, because while you do have the rope to be able to send back up, this is a pretty hard-hitting storm, and they're going to be working against that on a pretty long rotate here as well. It will be Toki Jazz, though, who will not be able to clean things up. Rad Killer will be eventually able to wrap down this fight, but the problem is, well, they don't have enough time to heal.
Arctic Willie will earn the finish here on towards the zone team, and lost RJ Nash in the process. A lot of top teams falling. That was the number 4 team as well through Prolond and Benji. So lots of opening for other teams to step up, but it also means another door to be kicked down by Eliminated and Burger. And boy, they have a golden road to it.
A good spot here, as long as they can make sure that they don't overextend, especially with this supreme high ground that they do have. Interestingly enough, their fellow classmates next to them here as well in a pretty solid spot as they're actually going to take this fight. The back-to-back Porta-Forts is kind of a nice extra cover here, though. Kind of interestingly enough, taking a fight that they probably shouldn't win and turning things around.
Trying to fight things up, and again, you've got to make it quick. You see Eliminated there in the Elim feed, just taking care of business. The more you make noise, sure, this position is good, but eventually they are going to come knocking. Summit Academy 1 taken down to 68 shields. Summit Academy 3, unfortunately, not really too much to work with. Going to get thrown the Scooby Snacks by their teammate.
trying to find a way in this fight. No one else has rotated in just quite yet, which is interesting because this fight has been going on for a while. We do see Eliminated has been able to take one, and there are no builds. It doesn't mean that the environment isn't breakable, so this squad will have to fall back. The only problem is it ends up putting them right next to Burger and Eliminated here.
Oh, they are searching as well. Summit Academy 1 taking some early damage on that chunk, and Burger and Eliminated once again are just slaying out. They'll get an initial knock onto Summit Academy, and they'll get the finish. Another 20 elimination game for Eliminated and Burger, and they are dueled up 10 apiece, ready to hunt down even more.
Oh, and they are all looted and booted, ready to roll on in as well. They do have that other Summit Academy squad who is outside of where this zone is heading currently. I don't know if they see him in that double port of 4 because they're technically right over towards their right. Instead, they're going to take to the sky, which means they will be susceptible to that team rotating in behind them. I think, yeah, Burger has been able to identify that and has been able to call it out to their teammate. They bring the car, give them a little bit of extra speed on the rotate if this fight takes too long. But if there's anything that we know about Burger and Eliminated, you shoot their way, they have no problems pushing you.
And again, they're rocking those OXR rifles, which are so good at medium to long range and so great at hitting their single shots. The rotate will get them inside. 3 teams in, 1 team out. RJ Nash and crew somehow found their way into this final zone. It's once again a battle of this top duo that continues to rip on through. Burger and Eliminated have gotten the best of them more than once. RJ Nash, Arctic Willie trying to steal away the Fort Power as Metro War 13 succumbs to a Sentinel shot, and a second will take them down to the ground. Here come Burger and Eliminated. RJ Nash will get 2 shield pops and the med miss going, but Arctic Willie is taken down. The Wrecker takes down 1, the transfer is there, and the OXR rifle at close range is good for 2.
Where's those final 2? You figure you hear all this shooting around, you'd have that final duo trying to push over here in third party. Instead, Summit Academy not only not pushing in, but they're going to have to rotate further here as well. They're going to have quite the bit of a challenge, and I don't know if that's a lack of confidence or understanding exactly who's left in the lobby and not wanting to take that fight. But now you're going to be forced to take this fight, and you're going to have to rotate right into this duo that you were too afraid to push.
They're just going to hold you out at this point, back to full HP, back with a perfect loadout, and these rifles of the OXR variety continue to rip down any sort of health bar they want to use. Playing the natural cover. Now this crossbar beam is a little bit low on health, but Summit Academy has to walk out like fish in a barrel. They go to the sky with wings. They float for a little bit, but Burger able to cut them down. Summit Academy 3 actually in a really nice spot to get some extra coverage. Academy 1 out in the open, but Burger gets the better of the trade.
You need Summit Academy 3 to be able to get some big damage. Hold on. Well, Summit Academy 1 out of sight, out of mind, gets right up on over the way and sends some shots, but the only problem is their teammate down to the storm. It's 2-on-1, and Burger and an Eliminator are going to win that one each and every time, as they will go back to back with big dubs.
25 eliminations in back-to-back games is just incredible. And after the performance, after, you know, game number 1, it wasn't a bad game by any means, but not cracking the top 5 is not consistent on how they had been. They get the step back, and I think that game number 3 is actually really incredible to watch, because you go back to that last round and it was a pretty separated set of 25. They are at the end 12 and 13, completely equal on carrying the weight. And once again, they're going to extend their lead because so many teams from the top of the anchor dropped down early.
Yeah, I think what we did see the Penn Trafford squad still alive relatively late, right? RJ Nash and Arctic Willie, but I don't remember seeing them much in the kill feed picking up those eliminations, which is also going to be something that will start to separate that duo. So who knows? After 2 weeks, I mean, it could really be a one-horse race, at least at the top. But I think what's going to be more important is there's still everyone else that can compete for the podium. And while we do probably have Galaxy and Jules relatively close with that Penn Trafford squad behind them, we've seen a lot of new teams stepping up today that didn't necessarily step up last week. So, I mean, it's still really anyone's ball game behind that.
Yeah, and again, top 5 is really the sweet spot of where you want to be, but some days are not your day, and that's why we play cumulative scoring, a chance to bounce your way back on up. But for all these other teams just trying to get better and better and better, and the nice thing about Fortnite, a lot of open cash cups they run on weekends. They've got their open Fortnite competitive circuit, and I bet if we looked up that top team, I bet they're starting to grind up the rankings and look towards the worldwide to deal some damage. So incredible players and an incredible lead after 3 games here in week 2.
Well, you're mentioning the opening tournaments. Well, we got a new open tournament that is going to be a couple of open tournaments that are going to be going on this weekend up at the Land of Steel. We talked about it earlier. Figured we'll talk about one last time before we get ready to head on out after we talk about our final scores of the lobby as well. But if you guys are around the Pittsburgh area, come on out to Robert Morris University down to the UPMC Events Center. We've got ourselves not only our fall brawl stuff wrapping up as far as our invitationals, but a bunch of open tournaments going on as well. At Mario Kart, we've got some Madden going on, 1v1 Rocket League. I'm going to be down there having a good time. I know we got a couple of our casters that will be out there in person. So pull up, say what's up, and see if you can walk away with a little bit of cash money from those open tournaments as well. But Llama, any final thoughts as far as what you've seen here in week number 2 for Fortnite?
No, I mean, pretty similar to week number 1, just a lot more teams to build that excitement in towards the following weeks. And Eliminated and Burger, very clean, very crisp. They're going to have a comfortable first place lead. But again, when you're looking in Fortnite, you're looking for probably those top 5 teams to really eventually earn prize money at the worldwide level. So being anywhere in there, gotta be happy. More teams, of course, those scores will be added and calculated while we get ready for week 3. So if there is a brand new team into this week, they might not be where they should on the leaderboard quite yet, but that means you got to tune back in week 3 to check out where the standings are and for even more action, because Q next Thursday, it's going to be good.
Should be a banger. As far as for now, Lower Moreland in first, Penn Trafford second, Galaxy Jules in third. Rounding out our top 5, Cosmic VO and EDJGS, and EPH Prolon and Benji as far as for those top 5s for now here, Llama. You mentioned it, though. That is going to wrap things up for now. Of course, I mentioned earlier, Llama and I, we do have the easy job. I shouted him out before, but we got to make sure we're giving a big shout out to the man behind the scenes, Nick NCS, pressing all the button, giving us the views, giving us the vibes, making sure everything goes smooth over here, especially on Fortnite. Kind of putting in a little bit of the extra elbow grease behind the scenes. So definitely big shout out to Nick. Big shout out to all of our game day admin, and big shout out to all of our teachers and staff at all of our schools that allow for our students to have the opportunity like we do here at PIEA. But until we do get to catch y'all back over here for the next one, man, don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere, game hard and love hard. All right, y'all, that's Llama. I'm Q. For the rest of the crew here from the front to the back, y'all have a great rest of your week. Peace.
Dreams collide in sleepless nights. Stars explode through blinding lights. Victories found in the fight. I'm on top, my soul ignites. Life's a game, we learn the rules. Twist and turn like misfit fools. Through the pain we break the chains. Find the win through loss and gains. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings. Castles built on hope's foundation. Rivers run with pure elation. Through the storm I'll find my way. Triumph shines like break of day. Tides may turn but I remain. Steady, strong, won't yield to pain. In the end the truth will show. Strength and heart, the seeds we sow. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings. Tides may turn, but I remain. Steady, strong, won't yield to pain. In the end, the truth will show. Strength and heart, the seeds we sow. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race, I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings.
Running round like dollars in the wind. Bending over backwards just to let you in. Yeah. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was.
putting in. Those medical pills are push me over. I kill my fill 3 times a day. These ethanol fumes won't make me sober. One flame to take the pain away. I caught you lighting matches in the back room. Haters look mad when they pass you. Let's talk about around when it's past due. Reach a glass, do no. You don't gotta fight alone. You don't gotta fight alone. echoes became colder. I never really knew that it was over, till the quiet and the echoes became colder. Took my love and gave it back. It's yours to leave, but it won't keep me from this heart. And I'll try to carry on again, but I never really knew that it was over. Chasing the wind, gotta love it while you can. In the moment, let it in, no holding back, can't pretend. Chasing the wind, gotta love it while you can. In the moment, let it in, no holding back, can't pretend. Look at you now, you finally did it, finally made your mama proud. Yeah, they doubted, but the fire never drowned. Your haters in the crowd, all eyes on you now. Chasing the wind, gotta love it while you can. In the moment, let it in, no holding back, can't pretend. Chasing the wind, gotta love it while you can. In the moment, let it in, no holding back, can't pretend. Your friends, they talk, saying you should be the one to stop. They say you're wrong. Don't you let them get into your thoughts. They're gonna tell you anything, but that's not the way you should think. You're a star, gonna win it all. Chasing the wind, gotta love it while you can. In the moment, let it in, no holding back, can't pretend. Chasing the wind, gotta love it while you can. In the moment, let it in, no holding back, can't pretend.
Got wandering eyes that I seem to follow. Can only stay still for some time. I've never aligned with the city's pulse, so that makes it easier to leave behind. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering that could be the one you're missing. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering I could be the one you're missing. Wondering why I don't know the feeling of walking through these streets like they're mine. Trying to find a way to new beginnings somewhere in a different life. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering that could be the one you're missing. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering I could be the one you're missing. In the city full of shadows and streets made of gold, the whispers of dreams that we all bought and sold. Everyone's chasing what they can't define, looking for answers in a bottle of wine. Get it, come get it if you think you can. Break through the noise like a madman. There's a fire burning deep in the night. Get it, come get it if you've got the might. The neon lights flicker and the crowd's on the brink. Fortunes are won, lost in the time that we blink. Gotta take a shot, no room for regret. Living on the edge, ain't done with it yet. Get it, come get it if you think you can. Break through the noise like a madman. There's a fire burning deep in the night. Get it, come get it if you
The moment is now. With a heart full of thunder, don't ask why or how. In the ruins of glory, find your ticket to ride. It's a roller coaster, baby. Buckle up for the ride. Get it, come get it if you think you can. Break through the noise like a madman. There's a fire burning deep in the night. Get it, come get it if you've got the night. Even now, you're coming up to me, fire lighting up the sky. Feel the ground shaking underneath, trying to take me alive. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma find my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I got none. I'll be standing on my own, never gonna take my throne. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no, no, no. I got no, no, no rival. Tell me now, what you gonna do? We can do this face to face. The reckoning is coming real soon. Doesn't matter what you say. Try to tell you this is my moment. Can't take mine 'cause I own it. Don't you know that I'm locked and unloaded? You're out of focus. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma find my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I got none. I'll be standing on my own, never gonna take my phone. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no, no, no. I got no, no, no rival. No rival. I got no, 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 no rival. No rival.
Hey, what the hell? Why you hanging on the rooftop by yourself? I have an open conversation, but you're telling me go get lost. I don't wanna see your face. Yeah, what the hell? So why don't we stay out till the morning light? Cause two wrongs can make a right. We're just doing what we feeling right now. Some Chardonnay, we camp in the parking lot. Leave traces of plastic cups. We're just doing what we feeling right now. So what the hell? Why you hanging on the rooftop by yourself? Always waiting for the one, but I got news for you. I'm the best that you can get, so what the hell? Yeah, what the hell? So what the hell? So what the hell? What are you waiting for now? And what the hell? You're pretending that you like somebody else. Like you got boys waiting in line to take you home. But tell the truth, you'll spend the night alone. Let's be alone. So why don't we stay out till the morning light? Cause two wrongs can make a right. We're just doing what we feeling right now. So what the hell? Why you hanging on the rooftop by yourself? Thought another goal is all we needed. Taking second chances till we bleed. And when all the love had been depleted, we had but no choice to concede. As the stars were dancing in that line, past that we could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in that line. Future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry. It was bone dry.
Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so. Baby, every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold.
The night has come, it's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. I have come, it's cold and losing my control. It's crazy. Control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. No relation. We got no relation. No relation. It's crazy. And it goes like you could save me. The glint in your eye, don't hold back. I wanna see you try. Might get my heart racing, but I'm not breaking. Go ahead and beat me. Go ahead and beat me. Don't hold back. I wanna see you try. Go ahead and beat me. Been around the block a time or two. Ain't a damn thing that I can do. And you got me thinking you might just be the one.
Go ahead and beat me. love you, love you. I do need you. Oh, I love you, I do need you.
생각해 또 나도 몰라 what did I do so wrong 다 비슷하게 살아가는데 꿈은 이뤄지는 게 아니라 꾸는 거라 생각하며 살아왔지 아무것도 아닌 나에겐 누가 말해줬지 진짜 원하면 언젠간 되지 말만 잘하는 사람이 되기 싫어 진짜 잘해 이제 나도 할래 I'm gonna be a legend We're gonna be a legend 우리가 해냈다고 다 고개를 끄덕일 수 있게 I'm gonna be a legend We're gonna be a legend 그때까지 나랑 같이 갈래 손을 잡아줘 Sometimes I don't know what to do am I doing it right 마냥 나이만 먹어가는 걸까 다 잘하는 사람이 되고 싶어 똑같이 하는 건 재미가 없잖아 아무것도 아닌 나에겐 누가 말해줬지 진짜 원하면 언젠간 되지 말만 잘하는 사람이 되기 싫어 진짜 잘해 이젠 나도 할래 I'm gonna be a legend We're gonna be a legend 우리가 해냈다고 다 고개를 끄덕일 수 있게 Gonna be a legend We're gonna be a legend 그때까지 나랑 같이 갈래 손을 잡아줘 이젠 해낼 수 있어 믿어볼래 이젠 해낼 수 있어 I'm gonna be a legend We're gonna be a legend 우리가 해냈다고 다 고개를 끄덕일 수 있게 I'm gonna be a legend We're gonna be a legend 그때까지 나랑 같이 갈래 손을 잡아줘
I'm stuck inside of these walls with you. I don't recognize who I've turned into. I'm losing hope in getting myself back. Everything around me is starting to turn black. Don't tell me you're hurt again. Tell me how wrong I am. Tell me how it's all my fault. Yeah, escape when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone I've never felt more divided than now. Every word that leaves your lips never means how it sounds. You've conquered the best of me, could have just set me free. Games that you play are just second hand. And now I'm beside myself, no one your fucking hell. Let me just go, let me just go. And don't you lie to me. Say it's Dreams collide in sleepless nights. Stars explode through blinding lights. Victories found in the fight. I'm on top, my soul ignites. Life's a game, we learn the rules. Twist and turn like misfit fools. Through the pain we break the chains. Find the win through loss and gains. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings. Castles built on hope's foundation. Rivers run with pure elation. Through the storm I'll find my way. Triumph shines like break of day. Tides may turn but I remain. Steady, strong, won't yield to pain. In the end the truth will show. Strength and heart, the seeds we sow. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings. Tides may turn, but I remain. Steady, strong, won't yield to pain. In the end, the truth will show. Strength and heart, the seeds we sow. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race, I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings.
Running around like dollars in the wind. Bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours I was. You were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours I was.
putting in the putting in. Those medical pills are pushing me over. I kill my fill 3 times a day. These ethanol fumes won't make me sober. One flame to take the pain away. I caught you lighting matches in the back room. Haters look mad when they pass you. Let's talk about round when it's past due. Reach a glass, do no. You don't gotta fight alone. You don't gotta fight alone. Don't be so personal. Everyone's seen death in their dreams, but we still wake up and go to sleep. Everyone's seen death in their dreams, but we still wake up from our sleep. I'll be home soon. You don't gotta fight alone. You don't gotta fight alone.
is hard.